Hello, everybody. Let's see. Today is Friday. Is it 22nd? It's incredibly hot here up in Seattle. By that I mean it's in the 80s, which is tough here because we don't have AC everywhere. And also, my apartment gets baked by the sun all day, every day. So it's pretty warm in here, even though I have a portable AC unit going. Let me actually move my fan to point at me. Um, so just like I started yesterday, I'm gonna start just by doing a couple smaller little games, both oriented around history and just brain teaser type games. So I'll be doing Yerdle. Just for those who aren't aware, it gives you three historical events uh, that happened all in the same year, and you have to try and guess what year it was. This is going to be a tough one because I do not know anything about Bundi. A great fire breaking out in the Netherlands. So the Netherlands seem like they're their own nation. King of the Burmese. So I'm guessing like 1800s or so. Oof. Right, let's get direction. It is lower. So let's try like 1550. That's 200 years down plus some more to try and get us spot on in the middle. Um, that's pretty good. I'm gonna guess it's up from here. Just do 1555, 1556, 57. Where is it? Down. Looks like it was down from 55. So 53. Oh, 54. Okay. Spent a lot of guesses just flopping around the year 55 or so, 57. But we got there with 1 year to, or one guess to spare. Oh, I got hiccups. Let's see. One moment, I have to bring out the chat for YouTube. There we go. Next little game, connections. This one is the 4 different categories where there's 4 words in each or 4 terms in each that all have some connection to them, and then they have varying difficulties. So you've got Las Vegas, Strip, Amy, Adams, Tom Cruise, Washington, Private Ryan, Christopher Walls, John Malkovich, Stud, Jeffrey Rush, Ford, Chevy Chase, Draw, Grant, and Omaha. I'm terrible with actors and the like, so this might be tough. The Washington and Adams makes me feel like there's something to do with US presidents. Ford would be another one. But I don't. Grant? Did we have a Grant as a president? I think we did. Yes, US presidents. Pretty good. Let's see. From here, what's the next category or connection? So there's Private Ryan, like from Saving Private Ryan and Becoming John Malkovich. So those are like titles with the person's name in the, or movies with the person's name in the title. I don't know if there's movies with like something something Jeffrey Rush, something something Christopher Waltz, something something Chevy Chase, Tom Cruise. I think Tom Cruise is the one I'm most like, okay, it's probably not him. Just see if we're anywhere close. So if I do this, then we at least know we didn't get like a close. So as like we're just one off. So that probably means that's not the connection there because none of the names altogether was the three we needed. And we know these two would be names as part of movie titles. A stud. Omaha stud strip. Hmm. Let's see. This is a tough one today. I'm gonna say Omaha, Las Vegas. Those are locations, but I don't think there's any other locations on here. I don't think there's a place in the US called stud or strip or draw. Aim. See some shuffling, see if anything comes to us. Is there like a saving Amy or something? Hmm. Save the strip. Darn. Omaha, Nebraska. Omaha is also a car brand, car make or model. I don't know why like Omaha and stud keep being like, oh yeah, that's probably something. We'll see. Hey, kinds of poker. Didn't know any of these as types of poker, but I'm not very familiar with poker. Okay, but we got another, so we can keep going. Hmm. Let's see. This is where I'm gonna probably fail, considering I'm now mostly at like actor names and the like. I have no idea what they're going for. Old white men, non-fictional white men, who are also verbs. Chase, waltz, rush, cruise. Cool. Feel like I kind of stumbled into that one, but not gonna say no. The last little brain teaser type game is Pokedoku, Pokemon being one of my favorite genres. So we're looking top row are all Johto Pokemon, then water Pokemon, then grass Pokemon. This column, they're also one of the first partners. Okay, so it's a starter Pokemon. Dual type, and then the final evolution in a line. Okay, so Johto on their first evolution and originate from this region. So this is either Cyndaquil, Chikorita, or Totodile. Chikorita. All fantastic starters. First partner that's a water type. We'll go with something newer. Oop, keep forgetting to make you double click to confirm. All right, so yeah, getting decent uniqueness rating so far. grass type starter. Who Chespin is probably the one picked least. I feel like not a lot of people like him. At least lower on there. With 9 generations, if there was a uniform distribution, what we're looking at like 10% or so. So Chikorita was kind of high, although this one was Johto only. These two are the ones that are per 9. So this is actually good because with only 3 options, under 33% is good. These are both good because they're under 1/9 of the options, 1/9 of a percentage out of 100. Whatever. Dual type from Johto. I feel like we had this yesterday, and I think I chose like Steelix. But let's go for something else from Johto. Do Piloswine. Ground Ice. Hey, 1%. That's good. That's good. A dual type that is also water. Just any of them. Is Marini have the poison type yet? Don't think so. Mantine. Let's go with that one. Sure. 1.6%. That's also real good. A dual grass type. Go with Gloom. Mid evolution, I feel like most people won't have picked. Oh, guess failed. That didn't take one of my things. It just, the site was having problems, I guess. There we go. Another 1.5%. So we're doing pretty decent on the uniqueness. All right, final evolution in the line from Johto. See, Johto mostly just added like new evolutions and the like. So, side of starters, there's like the Spinarak, Hoothoot, Furret. What else do they add? It's like a new line. We're gonna go. Has to be something later in the game than those ones I just listed off. Oh, Quagsire. Quagsire, I feel like might be less picked. Yeah, 1.1%. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Final evolution of a water type. Any water type. I can do Starmie. Another 1%er. Final evolution of a grass type. Trying to find, I think, Trevenant. That might be a lesser picked. 1.4%. Not bad. Uniqueness rank of 34. Better than yesterday, which I think we were in 100, but that was also probably because we missed a guess, so we were down 1. I'm not sure how most people would get like much lower than any of these ones because they're all starter Pokemon, so there's only really 27 options for any of these, but it is what it is. Updates for me. So after stream last night, had a meeting for some of the game that I'm working on, as well as today. Woke up and mostly I was running chores and errands, getting groceries and the like. We'll probably then just hop into our history segment, which today will be ancient Rome. So let me grab the book. The book, once again, everything you need to ace world history in one big fat notebook. This is the book that we're using as our overview for world history. Let me bring up some reference images. Okay. So currently, what we're looking at is Italy pre the rise of Rome. We'll get into exactly who we're looking at here in terms of the Etruscans. They get only briefly mentioned in this book. They were essentially some kings in northern Italy that subjugated Rome first before it breaks free. Rome wasn't built in a day. This old saying means that important things take time and can't be rushed. It comes from the history of Rome, which is one of the world's most famous cities and would then go on to become one of the history's most well known empires or nations. Um, and the idea is that it takes time to build something important, time and a lot of effort, let alone to maintain it. Um, so ancient Rome, the Etruscans came into power during this period around 600 BC, and they ruled as kings and would subjugate the Romans, becoming known as a tyrant. Um, the Romans rose up and overthrew the Etruscans and founded the Roman Republic in 509 BCE. It was in this republic that citizens were able to vote for their leader, and then they would represent the people. So, representative democracy, coming from the ideas similar to what the Greeks had been doing. Um, and the Roman Republic also had a Senate to propose and vote on new laws. Also, a tyrant is an all powerful and cruel leader, which is what the Romans considered the Etruscans. In the early days of the Republic, only patricians or the wealthy upper class men could sit in the Senate, and plebeians or ordinary citizens, these would be like your peasants in the medieval era, um, were not allowed to. Laws were enforced by two officials called the consuls, Consul, uh, and those were elected by the citizens, and then praetors served as judges, and they settled disputes and arguments about money and contract and breaking of laws. Uh, the Roman Republic conquered territories. They had their wars with Carthage and ended up winning there. They also conquered over in Greece, Spain, and Gaul, which is present day France, so just northwest up here. This area up here would have been considered Gaul, and of course, extending north into France proper. Um, However, it was during this time period that a lot of the politics of the republic ended up being based on the needs of those in provinces and the like, making it incredibly quarrelsome. There was frequently civil wars that threatened to tear the nation apart. That is until Julius Caesar came around. Julius Caesar was a military commander and he conquered Gaul. We're going to move. So, yeah, this territory up here, that's France, that would have been considered Gaul. Um, and he was also a victor in some of these civil wars during this fractious period of the Roman Republic. He and two other men, Crassus and Pompey, ruled in what is the first known triumvirate. This is a government by three people with equal power. So these were essentially um, the beginning of some like noble families within Rome. Were these three men who basically could each controlled like a third of Rome? I believe, yeah. Julius Caesar controlled like north of it. Pompey would have been Sicily and down into North Africa, and then Crassus, I believe, was I forget what this peninsula of Italy is called, but here and then into Greece and eastward. At one point, many of the senators grew to dislike the triumvirate, and the Senate tried to vote that Pompey should lead alone. However, Caesar refused this, and Crassus had unfortunately been killed in some of his recent military expeditions as he was trying to match the accomplishments of the other two. In 48 BCE, so 48 years before our current era, ban people. Uh, Caesar defeats Pompey and takes over the Roman government and creates his own dictatorship. Um, there's a moment in this period of history where Caesar's, of course, stationed in the territory he's helped conquered because it's his territory now, essentially, which is in France and northern Italy. And he crosses the Rubicon River, which is here in northern Italy, which is effectively the moment where he starts a civil war against Rome in order to take over and enact his rule, creating this dictatorship. Um, Caesar then would try and stack the Senate with his friends, and many of the other senators did not like this. And 4 years uh, after Caesar won the Republic, turning it into an empire, uh, this is the event called the Ides of March happened, which is on March 15th. Uh, where Caesar attended a meeting of the Senate, and the senators had snuck in knives and they pulled him out and killed him. And for 13 years following this, there was civil war in Rome. This is when a second triumvirate takes a bit of control, trying to restore order. First, we have Marcus Antius. This is Antonius. Uh, this is Caesar's right hand man, Mark Antony. If you know of the play by William Shakespeare, Mark Antony and Cleopatra have a tragic love story that he depicts. Next is Octavian, who is Caesar's nephew and adopted son. Um, he goes on to become Augustus Caesar, which we're going to get to, but Octavian is the adopted son of Julius Caesar, who was his nephew, who becomes the next emperor of Rome. But the last of this triumvirate is Lepidus, and he mostly just kept his head down, didn't do too much crazy. Um, as the civil war between Augustus and Octavian and them fighting over the empire as well as fighting other parts of the empire. Um, Octavian ended up taking power and was given the title of Augustus. Um, this is after having to go to Egypt, where Mark Antony had sort of fled to after marrying Octavius's sister, but then leaving her and also having children with Cleopatra. Um, which Octavian did not take very well. Uh, so he went and killed him. Well, he went to beat him in war, and I believe Mark Antony commits suicide, and then Cleopatra commits suicide a couple days later in prison. Um, and so now that Rome is united under Augustus Caesar, formerly Octavian, it is officially an empire, and he takes on the first title of emperor. At this time, Rome stretched into many parts of Europe, into Egypt, uh, but most conquered peoples remained free. The provinces were areas of the empire which each had a little governor and army. Um, and conquered people could become citizens, they just had to pay taxes if they did so. However, Augustus, unlike Julius, respected the Senate a bit more, so he was not assassinated. During this time period is when we also see a lot of construction within Rome. The Romans were fantastic builders. They built such buildings like the Colosseum, which is essentially at the time those two amphitheaters, which are semicircles put together to form the whole stadium. Um, and it is where they held gladiatorial matches. Sometimes, yeah, just gladiators fighting each other, but other times against animals that would have been captured and then released in the arena. The Colosseum was as large as a football stadium, and would even be used sometimes for punishing criminals and pretend sea battles. There's evidence that they had. So the Romans do have a engineering, hydraulic engineering type structures. We'll get into the aqueducts in a second, as well as just sewage systems. But they were able to pump water into the Colosseum, flood it, and then put boats in it to simulate naval battles, which is absolutely wild to think of. Another major construction is the Roman Forum, which was a tradition started by Augustus. These are public city centers, and they were places where all Roman citizens could meet to trade goods, to do religious practices, vote for politicians, celebrate the military's accomplishments, or just, see friends, hang out. Um, the most important forum in Rome is called the Forum Romanum, and Augustus Caesar wanted to make Rome the most beautiful city, so he continued to build expensive and elaborate temples, basilicas, just archways. Like, kind of, if you know the Arc de Triomphe in France, arches are frequently a symbol of victory, coming from probably the Roman period. Something else they have is like a symbol for their elite and somewhat godly figure is the laurel, which is the laurel leaves that kind of go on their head like a crown. Um, However, as Rome was falling, so we're kind of going into the future here, many of the things that Augustus had built to beautify Rome were deconstructed in favor of other buildings because they needed the materials and it was easily affected. And to the point where the Roman Forum, the Forum Romanium, was turned into a cow field at one point before being excavated and restored in the 19th century. So that's the 1800s. The Romans also built statues and, of course, buildings with arches. Archways are, if taken an architectural history type class, they're an incredible invention that relies on like the keystone in the center to keep them from collapsing in. We're still getting that like circular shape in the ceiling. Um, and they also created the first instance of concrete in history. It's said that Roman concrete is actually better than a lot of what we make today. But who knows how true that is. Additionally, of course, there's the phrase all roads lead to Rome. The Romans were famous for building roads connecting all their different territories and stuff, specifically so their legions could very quickly traverse from one point of the empire to the other. And the last of the major engineering accomplishments of the Romans would be their aqueducts. These are elevated platforms, usually with like arches supporting them, that would take water from high places like up in the mountains and bring them down to the city. So these were massive constructions where it's just a very, very slight tilt leading water miles and miles from out of a city and into it, allowing them to construct public toilets and baths. As well as have a working sewage system. Roman law is mostly familiar to us now, as many of our codes of laws today are uh, rooted in Roman law, at least for the Western world. One of these is the idea of being innocent until proven guilty, which is one of the fundamental rights in the United States. And everything in Rome was built around families. There was even encouragement for women who otherwise didn't have much power to get benefits if they had 3 or more kids. And those without children would get no help usually. This is probably to encourage population growth. One, because you need a population for buildings and your military, but so it's very good that a population is increasing at least until the point where you can adequately maintain it. Uh, the rise of Christianity also began during the time of the Roman Empire. There were many different religions throughout the empire, and many of them were polytheistic religions. The Romans kind of adopted Greek gods, but then changed their names and associated them with the planets in the sky. So Zeus became Jupiter, which is a combination of Zeus and Pater, which is the word for father. So Jupiter, Jupiter, Jupiter in English. Uh, the Romans did allow people to worship as they wanted. Oh, also, like Ares is Mars, and Hades is Pluto, and Poseidon is Neptune. That's the Roman version of the Greek gods, essentially fan fiction. But yeah, so the Romans did allow people to worship as they wanted. They had their own gods, and they would have been most popular, of course, in Italy and Greece. Um, but it was soon that Christianity began to spread and became a potential problem for the rulers of Rome. Um, Christians, of course, believed in the teachings of a Jewish man named Jesus, who was called Christ after his death. He taught of only one God who was kind and forgiving, and to be rewarded in the afterlife, to go to heaven, people had to love God and each other, and to show forgiveness and lead responsible lives. Uh, some Romans believed that Christians assumed their god was more important than the emperor, who was themselves kind of a deific figure, in the kind of like demigod sense of that a lot of the polytheistic and especially Greek uh, mythologies adhere to. So worried that Jesus might lead a revolt, there was a Roman governor who of the region down there, which would have been right in the south, around Jerusalem, of course. Uh, a Roman governor had him sentenced to death, and according to the religious writings of the Bible, called also the Gospels, Jesus then returned to life and told his disciples to spread his teachings. So there was several groups of Christians who gathered and moved throughout the empire, and there's one follower, Paul, formerly Saul, because he was born and raised Jewish, but then when he converted to Christianity, he took on the name Paul instead. Um, he would write letters to groups of faraway lands, and he primarily traveled all throughout the eastern parts of the Roman Empire. So this would be like Turkey, Greece, and then he eventually does get to Rome, where he, after because he was condemned and was waiting trial in Rome for a long period of time as well, because many Christians started to become persecuted for their religious beliefs. Um, and many died for this religion, becoming martyrs. A martyr is a person who undergoes great suffering, oftentimes also death, but they're willing to do it on the behalf of a cause or a principle that they hold. Despite these attempts at repression, Christianity still continued to spread. And by the year 300 CE, so that's not the negative numbers anymore, nearly 1 in every 10, so 10% of Rome had become Christian. I will note this would have been primarily in the East because that's where it was spreading at the time, and the Western Roman Empire and up in the North would have still been uh, not primarily Christian, even though that's where we today associate a lot of Christian nations. Uh, the Emperor Constantine the First was one of the first emperors to actually help spread and promote Christianity. The Roman Empire was weakening at this time, is when we have invasions of the Visigoths and the Huns displacing people and then sending them into the Roman Empire, specifically using Roman roads that let them travel further and faster. But then they became a burden on many Roman settlements. Caused the Roman Empire to weaken. Not to mention, there's throughout history, there's a series of uh, almost insane Roman emperors and empresses. Nero is one of them. He famously was in his palace above Rome when a great fire started that would end up destroying much of the city, and he just laughed and said, "You never have seen Rome shine so bright at night," because he was insane. But Constantine does end up converting to Christianity, many say on his deathbed, and aren't sure how sincere he was. But he built churches and declared the freedom of worship across the empire in his Edict of Milan, ending the persecution of Christian people. And he then moved his capital to Byzantium, which is now Turkey. You see right here, this is where Europe and in the Middle East or Asia uh, kind of meet. There is a strait here and here, the Bosphorus Straits, I believe, that connect the Black Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, making this an incredibly important position throughout history. Um, it's because it's along these sea trade routes as well as connecting land routes. This city is also the one that later becomes Istanbul and Constantinople as well. Um, Constantinople, Constantinople first, then Istanbul, but uh, this is an incredible strategic position for the eastern frontier of the empire. I believe it was Constantine who also split the Roman Empire into the east and west halves. So it happened some around Rome and Italy, as I believe where the divide is. So, but Greece, Turkey, Egypt, and all of them. Actually, this is the extent of the Roman Empire we'd be looking at the time of this is the highest extent of it. Hadrian's Wall is up here, separating England and Britain and Wales from the rest of the island here. They make it up to the Caucasus Mountains, where present day the country of Georgia is, and then they would have been fighting with Persia, which I believe at the time was the Parthian Empire. Uh, and but otherwise, they controlled most of North Africa, all of Spain, all of France, uh, all that. And many of the Visigoth and Hunnish invaders of the like would have been coming from Eastern Europe and Central Asia and the like, uh, displacing peoples and causing a lot of chaos up here in Eastern Europe, as well as France, and eventually breaking into Italy and Spain and sacking cities there, destroying infrastructure, all that good stuff. The other book I am reading at the moment that I'm going over with my mom is the Short History of Europe. It is still very, very much a summary of everything, of course, but uh, they have a good description of what all causes the fall of Rome, and it's a thing that takes like hundreds of years to fully like happen. And then the Byzantine Empire, which is what becomes of the Eastern Roman Empire, does go on for another like 1,200 years or so, I believe. So it's very common throughout history that one empire kind of leads into the next and stuff. But anyway, uh, going on for more of the decline of the Roman emperor, the emperor Commodus was 18 when he began ruling in 180 CE, and many of his poor choices led to the beginning of the end for the Roman Empire. He disregarded the Senate and he bribed the army to stand by him. However, as his successors followed this pattern of bribery and poor leadership, Rome faced many other problems, like having to essentially pay mercenary armies who had no loyalty to the empire itself, as well as battling inflation because they had printed too many coins. They had minted too many of them, and now they had so much money around that it dropped in value, as well as fighting off plagues. And as the fighting, they had to constantly fight to keep the land that they had conquered, especially as other invaders came in. Uh, the empire in the west was taken over by many, like Germanic tribe invaders, the Huns, other people, Visigoths, especially, uh, and the east turned into the Byzantine Empire, once Byzantium as its capital, and later Constantinople. And that is effectively the very quick summary of the rise and fall of Rome. Uh, but that's what we're here for. Quick overview, so you can kind of get a general sense of everything. Um, this book does have a lot of really good diagrams and charts and stuff I've mentioned before. This is just a table where it has all the religions, like who founded them, where they were founded, what they named their sacred texts. So, like Bible for Christians, the Torah for Jewish people, the Quran for Muslims, what they call their place of worship, and what some of their core ideals are. Yeah, very good stuff. So we are officially done with the ancient world, um, and we will be heading into the Middle Ages. So yeah, we're going to get more into the Byzantine Empire, which of course follows off from the Roman Empire, but then the founding of Islam and some Muslim empires, as well as early civilizations in the Americas. And more of a golden age in China, the Mongol Empire, all that good stuff. Alrighty. If there are any questions and stuff, of course, feel free to post them and I will answer. I am also always down for clarifications or corrections, and, just in general, making sure we're sharing good knowledge. Um, that does bring us. Just have a little written schedule, and I don't know where it blown off. Maybe I'm just going crazy. How do I put it up here for some reason? Just marking time so it's easier to try and edit these. One more thing in history, I did enjoy the ancient Americas coverage from yesterday, so I'm going to continue that. Yesterday we did the Pacific Northwest, and today we're going to be doing the Fishermen Kings of Florida. So kind of covering two corners of the U.S. Like I mentioned as well, this channel has an episode on the Cahokia Mounds of the Cahokia civilization of the Mississippi, as well as stuff on the Great Plains and the American Southwest. I believe they have one video of the tribes up in the Northeast, which would have been a massive or like great forest at the time. But I'd have to double check. But today, Florida.
South Florida lies in an interesting middle ground of the indigenous cultural landscape of North America. Connected to the eastern woodlands, but also very close to the Caribbean world, its cultures thrived in a unique environment. The most famous of these cultures is the Calusa. The Calusa were a highly complex, stratified society with paramount kings and all the pomp, ceremony, and politics that comes with them. Now, that alone doesn't sound all that impressive. We've seen many examples of similarly complex societies on this channel, but what makes the Calusa so interesting is that they, as far as we can tell, practiced no maize agriculture like their woodland and Mississippian brethren to the north. Instead, the Calusa successfully capitalized on the bounty of the sea and the coastline. Even more impressive is that they proved to be especially resilient against Spanish colonial efforts through a combination of shrewd diplomacy and ferocious warfare. For over 200 years, they successfully preserved their independence. These qualities have made the Calusa very enigmatic to scholars for decades, and today we're going to explore this fascinating people and culture.
Also, yeah, worth mentioning again. I like doing the ones specifically from this channel that are on places in the USA, just because we focus so much on US politics and stuff in here that um, it's cool to get some more history of the land we all live in.
This episode is brought to you by my amazing patrons. Making these episodes is not easy, and it couldn't be done without their support. They actually selected this topic, so all you Floridian viewers that have pestered me over the years about covering the Calusa, please direct your thanks to them. If you, dear viewer, would like to support the show and suggest and vote on topics, you can do so on Patreon. Now on with the show. Before we get started, it's important to take stock of our sources for this episode. The most valuable sources we have are Spanish accounts written by a variety of officials, priests, and explorers. These come over the course of a very long time period, stretching from the early 16th century to the middle of the 18th. Fortunately for us, some of these Spaniards even lived among the Calusa, so some of these are very detailed accounts. By the way, if you ever read Spanish accounts, they will refer to the Calusa as the Kalos, Calus, Calusa, and most frequently and frustratingly, Carlos. Oh, and to make things even more confusing, the Calusa ruler was often referred to as Carlos. Thank you, colonial Spanish writers, for making my job as easy as possible. But what about the Calusa themselves? Did any of them leave any first-hand accounts? Unfortunately, the Calusa culture is now extinct. Their descendants have assimilated into other groups, and no Calusa writer ever wrote a history of their people or home, or at least if they did, it has not survived. Not ideal, but hey, it's what we have.
I find it's a shame. I find so much of history to be interesting and cool, and I'm so incredibly curious how, especially like places I've lived in and visited like throughout my life, would have lived, or how I would have lived in those places if we didn't have the current America we have. But
Now, colonial accounts are not the only sources available to us. Since the late 19th century, there has been a steady stream of archaeological study in southwest Florida that has yielded very fascinating results and beautiful artifacts. This has also helped scholars corroborate colonial accounts about the Calusa. Let's start things off by discussing the development and evolution of the Calusa and their predecessors. The Calusa were products of their environment, and to understand them, we need to zoom in and examine the West Florida coast, specifically the area spanning from Charlotte Harbor all the way down to the 10,000 Islands. The Calusa made the most of a rich coastal environment, teeming with an array of plants and animals. Estuaries, in particular, were very rich environments that the Calusa and their ancestors had successfully exploited for thousands of years. For those who have heard about estuaries but don't really know what they are, estuaries are bodies of water where fresh water flows from the land and mixes with the seawater. These estuaries on the west coast of Florida are characterized by mangroves, as well as mudflats and salt flats that disappear with the coming and going of the tides.
um, brackish water is what is frequently referred to as water that is a mix of fresh water and salt water that is generally more turbulent and has lots of sediment and all that.
Many marine organisms depend on these estuary habitats at different points in their lives, which in turn attract other predators, and as we'll find out, people. These estuaries would have been prodigious sources of fish, crabs, shellfish, aquatic turtles, and waterfowl. Now, don't get the idea that these estuaries are eternally bountiful, predictable environments. They are actually sensitive environments that exist in a state of flux over the long term. The rising and falling of sea levels triggered by various climactic periods could completely change the local landscape. We aren't talking about massive changes that we see from the melting of ice caps and glaciers, but rather subtle changes from various warming and cooling episodes throughout history. For example, over the past 2,000 years, water levels have fluctuated as much as 1 meter, which admittedly doesn't sound like a big deal, but in those shallow estuaries we mentioned, a few feet off the sea level can push out the coast and dry out huge swaths of mudflats and completely transform the fishing scene. Even something as simple as a very rainy year could change the salinity of the estuary and impact the wildlife. These changes would have forced locals to adopt new subsistence strategies or to find new areas to live. Thus, the Calusa environment was paradoxically stable for certain periods and also continuously changing with climatic fluctuations. Keep this in mind because we're going to come back to it later. Now that we understand the environment, let's take a look at the cultural evolution of South Florida so that we can appreciate where the Calusa came from. Human occupation in Florida can be dated to over 14,000 years ago in the Paleo Indian period, but the earliest Paleo Indian sites are confined to the northern half of the state, so it's difficult to say much about the period in southern Florida. It is worth noting that South Florida would have been much larger due to lower sea levels, but with the recession of the glaciers, the sea level rose, giving us the familiar coastline that we see today. This also coincided with a steady shift towards a wetter and more humid environment. One of the earliest well known sites in South Florida is the Cutler Fossil Site, a sinkhole that yielded the remains of Pleistocene animals as well as later archaic human remains and artifacts. The stone artifacts, dated to between 12,000 and 10,000 years ago, are interesting because the tools were made with chert from quarries over 200 miles away, showing that these people were highly mobile and were able to transport or acquire materials from very far distances. Another important Paleo Indian site much closer to the Calusa domain is the Warm Mineral Springs, another sinkhole where preserved human remains, bone tools, shell tools, stone tools, animal bones, nuts, and charred wood have been dated to 11,000 years ago at the earliest, showing that the local people were using a wide array of tools, including shell, which is going to become important down the road. During the Middle Archaic from 5000 to 3000 BCE, we begin to get a much clearer picture.
This would be the uh, Old Kingdom of Egypt into the beginnings of the Middle Kingdom, just for comparison with what's happening on the other side of the world.
Human activity in southwest Florida in the archaeological record. At this time, large shell middens were beginning to appear. A shell midden is a mound made up of discarded mollusk shells, and their presence is a
Insane.
strong
So
indicator for
much
long and repeated human
shellfish
presence.
eating.
These are very important in archaeology because they also preserve artifacts and remains very well, so archaeologists can glean a lot of information by studying them. By this time, that shift towards a wet, humid climate was more or less complete, and there's an important change that we see among the people living in southwestern Florida at the time: the shift to maritime sustenance. I imagine that people were likely making use of coastal resources in earlier times, but this is where it really comes into focus. One of the best sites that illustrates this is the Usepa Islands site, located in the Pine Island Sound, which would later become an important part of the Calusa core area. This site, dated to about 4000 BCE, has a smorgasbord of seafood remains. This shows us that the rich estuary environment was already being exploited intensively for thousands of years. Not only that, they were also consuming a variety of plants. One plant that stands out in these assemblages are gourds. Their presence is noteworthy because these suggest that net fishing was already being employed. The hollow gourds would have been used as net floats. People there were also crafting and using large gastropod columella hammers. As cool as this is, we need to clarify something important. This site was not permanently inhabited. This was a seasonal site, meaning that the inhabitants would spend large parts of the year in the Florida interior and then come to the coast to take advantage of the fishing for part of the year before packing up. Kinda like how most of us only go to Red Lobster to take advantage of the ultimate endless shrimp deals before returning to our normal diets. This is evident because tools recovered on the coast were coming from interior sources. That, however, was going to change as the Archaic period continued and these people would come to depend more heavily on the coast for their sustenance. By the late Archaic, evidence of year round occupation began to appear on the coast. A well documented example is the Horse Island site, which dates to 2800 BCE. Archaeology shows that people were living in small circular homes made of poles and thatch. By 2000 BCE, we see the earliest fiber tempered pottery in the southwest coast in the archaeological record. Later, the coastal groups would begin making a simple pottery referred to as sand tempered plain that would persist for centuries. As I've said before, pottery is usually an important development because it usually indicates that people are becoming more sedentary and that food storage is becoming a higher priority. At 500 BCE, there's a noticeable change in the archaeological record that signaled the end of the Archaic and the beginning of the Caloosahatchee culture along the southwestern Florida coast. The Caloosahatchee chronology is divided into 6 periods: Caloosahatchee 1 through 5, but there's a 2A and a 2B just to make things interesting and to give us 6. I'm not going to cover each period in detail. Instead, we'll keep a broad view and point out the important changes and developments. That said, I do want you to be aware in case you ever decide to read up on the topic. The Caloosahatchee period and the eponymous culture are where archaeologists can confidently identify the ancestors or predecessors of the Calusa. We see the beginnings of well known Calusa sites, tools, and pottery. Speaking of pottery, one important change that we see on the coast is that around 500 BCE, people began to imitate or recreate a style of pottery from the Lake Okeechobee area called Belglade Plain. This suggests that populations on the coast were having more interaction with the interior people near Lake Okeechobee, or that people from that area had migrated to the coast and had taken up residence there. We also see an intensification of human occupation with the accumulation of shell middens at different sites. One of these, the Pineland site, located on Pine Island in Charlotte Harbor, shows that by 500 CE, the
So this is the height of Rome into the beginning of the fall of Rome into around here is yeah, probably when Rome has officially fallen, I believe. And now we're in the time period just before the founding of Islam, which then will lead into Charlemagne and stuff in the 700s.
inhabitants were permanently living there year round, and that several mounds at the site were being constructed that had small circular structures built on top of them. Mound Key, further south in Estero Bay, shows similar patterns of shell midden accumulation. Remains of foreign pottery from these sites also show that these inhabitants were exchanging goods with their neighbors. This was a time of impressive population growth. Although there's no reliable way to establish growth figures, some experts have estimated that the population of the Charlotte Harbor and Estero Bay regions was about 4,800 people.
Not
Things would
bad.
change, however, when the Roman warm period came to an end around 400 CE and the global climate began to cool. This caused sea levels to drop over a meter during the next few centuries. Remember what I said earlier. These shallow estuary waters are sensitive to change, and a 1 meter drop would have greatly impacted the fishing scene over time by pushing fishing and spawning grounds further and further away. In fact, the lower water levels had such a profound effect on the estuaries that some sites, such as Pineland and Mound Key, were even abandoned between 800 and 900 CE. To be clear, there were still people inhabiting
800 and 900 CE is when Vikings are doing a lot of raiding in like England and along France
Charlotte Harbor, but they were
coasts.
inhabiting other sites with better access to fishing. Usepa Island, for example, has extensive deposits, which suggests that people relocated there to be closer to deeper waters. Now, we have to pause here really quick, because this moment appears to be something of a turning point. It marks a trajectory of increasing complexity and growth, because there's some interesting changes during the cooling period. One visible change can be seen in the remains of houses. Small family dwellings began to be replaced by large multifamily buildings. Archaeologists believe that this new housing pattern was part of a reorganization, which was a response to the environmental changes in the wake of the sea level drop. They theorize that families had to pool their labor and carefully coordinate fishing and foraging efforts to make the most of their diminishing resources. Thankfully, conditions began to improve again after 850 when the medieval warm period started getting underway. Not only did that mean that things were warming up and getting wetter, but also that sea levels were rising again and enriching those dried out estuaries. Formerly abandoned sites like Pineland and Mound Key were reoccupied after 900 CE as other sites further out, like Estero Island, were abandoned as people relocated. Now ask yourself a question. What happens when people have been forced to be thrifty with their resources and then are suddenly flooded with the bounty of the sea on their doorstep? Those thrifty practices net you surplus food and, by consequence, surplus labor. That surplus labor can be put to other uses. So it shouldn't be a huge surprise that at this time they started building on a monumental scale. We'll go into more detail on these constructions later, but this is where they really begin to take off in the archaeological record. To use the Pineland site as an example, several new mounds were constructed after 900, and these mounds were built with a very different paradigm. Previous mounds at the site had been constructed parallel to the shore, but the new mounds were built perpendicular to the shore, likely to face the canal that was being constructed through town. These later Calusa-Hatchie periods are where we can really start talking about the Calusa in earnest. The centuries between 800 and 1500 are marked by an increasing population, social
It was a really interesting like building design, the like tamped earth to bring it up on a platform, probably to help with like yeah flooding and the like, and then They kind of look like Twinkies. But
complexity, and a rise in
neat
monumental
enough.
architecture and public works. One additional factor that may have motivated this organization was increased rivalry with neighboring groups. Judging from pottery remains, there also seems to be an expansion of Calusa territory into the Thousand Island region to the south. By the time the Spanish encountered the Calusa, it's estimated that the entire Calusa domain was home to 20,000 people. But how exactly were all these people living and sustaining themselves? Let's look at what the Calusa were eating. Like their forebears, they were fishing, hunting, and foraging their way to success. Archaeology has shown that more than 30 species of fish, such as pinfish, herring, catfish, mullet, mohara, and pigfish, were consumed regularly. Now, some of you Florida fishing enthusiasts out there might be a bit surprised by that list. Those are fish that are probably more familiar to you as bait rather than as a menu selection. While remains of larger fish like speckled trout, snapper, grouper, shark, and other large marine animals like manatees and sea turtles do appear in the archaeological record, it's very clear that Calusa fishing strategies were aimed at catching lots of small fish rather than targeting larger fish. To this end, the Calusa employed a variety of approaches to fishing. The most important was net fishing. Nets could be made from palm fiber cords and could be designed to be used for gill netting, seine fishing, and stop nets to trap fish as the tide went out. Fishing weirs could also take advantage of tidal movements to trap fish. The Calusa could also fish larger prey with spears, hooks, and throat gorges, too. Beyond fish, they also harvested over 50 species of mollusks and crustaceans, such as oysters, whelks, crabs, conch, and quahogs. These were important
Oh,
not just for their
hogs.
nutrients and calories, but also because of their shells. In an area that was poor in lithic material, shells were used in place of stone for many tools and decorations.
Lithic material is like stones, metals, and the like. So instead of having like bronze to make out of copper and tin, they would instead use shells.
The hard shell of the lightning whelk, for example, made a great tool material, but it also had other applications as well. It was used in containers, burial offerings, net gauges, or carved into engraved whorls, vessels, pendants, beads, earplugs, or gorgets. It's also worth pointing out that the World of Warcraft recognizes this because the lightning whelk axe in that game is a weapon to be reckoned with. Now, a lot of popular literature focuses on the marine aspect of the Calusa diet. It is true that fish and other marine animals were the dietary staples. One estimate stated that 60 to 90% of the meat biomass consumed by the inhabitants of Charlotte Harbor were from bony fish, sharks, and rays. However, that shouldn't blind us from the fact that other game, such as waterfowl, deer, terrestrial turtles, and other small game, were occasionally eaten. Beyond these
Turtles.
animals, the Calusa also harvested a wide array of plants for food, crafting, building materials, and firewood. Useful plants include saw palmetto, cabbage palm, cocoa plum, sea grape, pepper, mastic, papaya, hog plum, acorns, mangroves, red cedar, wax myrtle, goosefoot, prickly pear, bottle gourd, hackberry, talinum, mallows, grasses, water lilies, rhizomes, and tubers. Yeesh, that's a lot. Real quick, a few plants in that list are worth commenting on. Plants like squash, bottle gourd, chili peppers, and papaya represent domesticated or semi domesticated plants that the Calusa would have likely cultivated in small gardens. Archaeologist and Calusa scholar William Marquardt notes that the chili peppers recovered at Calusa sites represent the only chili cultivation in North America east of the Mississippi. Neat. That said, there was no cultivation of maize. This is very unlike the rest of the eastern US, which had embraced maize agriculture by 900 to 1000 CE. I think it's fair to assume that the Calusa were probably familiar with maize because we do know that other indigenous groups in northern Florida were farming it. Regardless of their knowledge or interest in maize, or lack thereof, the soils in South Florida could not have supported stable maize cultivation, so they had to make do without it either way. This makes the Calusa one of the few cultures in North America to have had a complex, stratified society without a staple crop like maize, manioc, or potatoes.
The
Before
other
local
one being the societies in the Pacific Northwest that we watched about yesterday.
Longtime viewers head to the comments section, I do want to admit that this isn't totally novel. We've seen similar complexity in other American fishing societies like the people of the Pacific Northwest and the inhabitants of Poverty Point. If you're interested in learning more about those cultures, we do have episodes on them. Nonetheless, it still puts the Calusa in pretty exclusive company. Let's shift to the greater economy. What did trade and exchange look like? We know that the Calusa and other Caloosahatchee people participated in wider trade. Pottery from Lake Okeechobee, as well as from the Central Coast, appear in the archaeology. As I mentioned earlier, good lithic material was hard to come by on the South Florida coast, and this represented a vital import item. Cherts from Tampa Bay appear in archaeological remains, but there are examples of much more exotic materials. Galena, all the way from southeastern Missouri, has been found at the Pinelands site. Although we can't prove it, the Calusa probably played a role in the movement of marine shells into the interior of the continent. Lightning whelk shells have been found as far north as Oklahoma, North Dakota, Kentucky, and even New York. However, Spanish sources note that the Calusa were also able to acquire other products such as mats, hides, and feathers as tributes from their vassals. Speaking of tribute and vassals, what did the Calusa society look like? Spanish sources report that the Calusa were divided into commoners and nobles. At the top of Calusa society was the paramount ruler, often called the king or cacique in Spanish sources. Just a heads up, cacique was a term for a ruler or chief that the Spanish picked up in the Caribbean. They got into the bad habit of calling any native leader anywhere a cacique. I'm going to refer to the Calusa leader as the king for the rest of the video to keep things simple, but that's not the term that the Calusa would have used, so take it with a grain of salt. The Calusa king was actually the head of a vast tribute and kinship network. Spanish sources report in the 16th century that he had between 50 and 60 vassals and other allies across a wide area, ranging from present day Cape Canaveral to Lake Okeechobee to modern day Miami, Florida, and the Florida Keys. This made the Calusa the most powerful people in Florida at the time of European contact. None of this came without violence, and vassals were held in check through intimidation and warfare. The Calusa had a reputation among the Spanish as fierce warriors and had a very intense rivalry with their northern neighbors, the Tocobaca, which colonial sources note often erupted into war. In fact, according to the Spanish, the name Calusa was translated as fierce people, but since the language is not known, we can't confirm that. Take it as you will. One Spanish report from 1680 documented how a mission to the Calusa never even arrived in Calusa territory because their vassals begged the Spanish missionaries to turn back out of fear of reprisal from the Calusa king. These guys didn't mess around. Now, you might expect this martial tradition to be evident in the archaeology of the Calusa and Caloosahatchee culture, but weirdly, there's almost no evidence of warfare in the archaeology, which is a bit paradoxical. No burials with excessive trauma or fortified settlements have been found, like we see in a lot of other cultures. It's possible that this militancy developed just before or after European contact. As far as we can tell, the king rarely led his soldiers personally. Rather, this was often delegated to the Great Captain, as he's called in historical sources. This military leader organized and led warriors into battle at the king's request. Now, the king's role also had religious dimensions as well, because the king was expected to be the link between the Calusa people and the divine realm. Thus, the king's fortunes were closely linked with the prosperity of the land and sea. When the king prospered, so did everyone. I should also note that a chief priest also existed to lead many of the religious ceremonies. We'll discuss Calusa religion in more detail later. The king was permitted to take multiple wives, although Spanish accounts also note that kings were expected to marry their sister, though it's possible that the Spanish misunderstood this and that sister might have meant a clan sister or a parallel or cross cousin. Between you and me, though, I don't think the Spanish had much room to complain, considering that the Spanish
Yeah.
Habsburgs were infamous for throwing any and all consanguinity caution to the wind in order to marry their relatives and keep wealth and those big chonky chins in the family.
Yep.
But
Yeah, yeah. The Habsburg family is a dynasty that extends, yeah, from Austria to Spain and many other European royal courts, and they would constantly marry like their cousins or other close relatives to make sure their land and wealth stayed within their family.
But I digress. So let's take a look at Calusa religion and beliefs. Our knowledge of Calusa religion comes from the accounts of Spanish missionaries, which are pretty biased, and although they lack a lot of detail that I'd like, they are better than nothing. In a letter from Father Juan Rogel to his superiors in 1568, he describes Calusa beliefs in detail, and we quote:
They say that each man has three souls. One is the little pupil, niñeta of the eye. Another is the shadow that each one casts. And the last is the image of oneself that each one sees in a mirror or in a calm pool of water. And that when a man dies, they say that two of the souls leave the body, and that the third one, which is the pupil of the eye, remains in the body always.
He elaborates on this last point later in the same letter.
They have another error also, that when a man dies, his soul enters into some animal or fish, and when they kill such an animal, it enters into another lesser one, so that little by little it reaches the point of being reduced into nothing.
Sounds like a really interesting set of beliefs, but unfortunately, the letter doesn't say anything more. Rats. We know that the Calusa were polytheistic, but we don't have a good understanding of the Calusa pantheon because the Spanish accounts are, again, frustratingly vague. They note that the Calusa had a trio of gods in a hierarchical structure. The highest god controlled the movements of celestial bodies and time, and it's also noted that they were superior to the other two. One gets the impression that he or she was a god over nature or natural forces. The second god, who outranked the third, was said to control the governance of the empires, republics, and kingdoms. Frankly, I'm not entirely sure what this means. Perhaps this god had influence over the affairs of humans? I don't know. The third and lowest god was the god of war, who had the power to bring victory to one side in battle. If you are curious about what the names of these deities were, we have no clue because, again, no account mentions them by name. Okay, that's a bit frustrating, but we also can get some interesting clues about Calusa beliefs by looking at Calusa art that has survived to the present day. Excavations at the Key Marco site in 1895 have revealed stunning pieces of art that were most likely used in ceremonies. Now, I do need to throw out a disclaimer that this isn't technically a Calusa site per se, it's actually a Muspa site. But these people appear to have been absorbed into the Calusa sphere around 1300 when the Muspa adopted Calusa pottery and artifacts. So, the artifacts from this site still give us a great window into Calusa art and ceremony. The Key Mound site is a wet site where anaerobic conditions were able to preserve organic materials that normally would have rotted away long ago. Excavations recovered brightly painted ceremonial masks carved from wood, some with fibers and wrappings still attached. Spanish eyewitnesses to Calusa religious and political ceremonies noted that priests donned masks in processions with singing women. They would have been brightly painted and full of color. Unfortunately, the masks from the Key Marco site were excavated long before modern preservation techniques were available, so the colors have sadly long since faded or disintegrated. Another artifact, this one from the Pineland site, is a portion of a carved bird head that is believed to have been part of a headdress, and many proposed reconstructions exist for it. These works of art showcase not only the Calusa's rich culture, but also their ability as master wood carvers. The single most famous example of Calusa woodworking is probably the Key Marco cat, a beautifully rendered panther in a seated pose. It's a small miracle that this little
These are all pretty well done, like pieces, especially for the time period.
guy survived the sands of time. I think it's also worth noting that he foreshadows the future NHL team of South Florida, the Florida Panthers. The Calusa also made carvings from bone and shell, but I didn't see any instances of stone carving during the research for this video. Wood appears to have been the most important material and medium for crafting. On that note, let's take a look at Calusa architecture, because there's a lot more than meets the eye. While it's true that there are no standing Calusa structures, archaeologists can detect post holes in the soil. These are where ancient posts were driven into the ground to support a building. Roofs would have been thatched, although archaeologists are not certain how. Judging from Seminole and Miccosukee houses, it's possible, perhaps likely, that the Calusa used cabbage palm fronds for this purpose. Such buildings are also consistent with how other indigenous people in South Florida lived. The most well attested type that we mentioned earlier are pole and thatch structures built on small mounds or shell middens. Building on mounds provided several advantages. They would have been safe from
On
storm
the shell
swells, flying
middens?
insects, and on a
I feel like being on the shell middens would be unsanitary.
really bad day, enemy warriors. The largest mounds can reach up to 10 meters and were likely reserved for elite buildings. Some of these mounds were built on top of old middens, and there's evidence at different sites of recycling old mounds and middens to enlarge new mounds. Judging from colonial sources, most buildings were likely multi-family houses that would have housed different families or extended family units, but that said, I didn't come across any size estimates, so I'm not exactly sure how large these houses were or how many families they would have had. According to historical accounts, some Calusa buildings could be quite large. One account from Gonzalo
Dang,
Solis de Maras in 1566 notes how large the king's house was and how many people could fit in the building.
2,000 men
dang.
might gather in the cacique's house without being very crowded. Governor Menendez de Avilés entered the cacique's house alone, with about 20 gentlemen, and stood where there were some large windows, through which he could see his men. The chief was in a good sized room, seated alone with great authority, and an Indian woman, also seated, a little separated from him, at a height of half a rod from the floor. There were also up to 500 noble Indians, and another 500 Indians, the Indian men near him, and the Indian women near the Indian woman. Below her, then, more than 500 Indian girls, from 10 to 15 years old, seated on the outside of the window, began to sing, and the other Indians to jump and whirl, and the noble Indian men and women who were near the chief sang.
That's a big building, although it's worth noting that this structure may have been a council house rather than the king's private home. The remains of this structure have actually been identified on top of Mound 1 of the Mound Key site, and investigations have shown that it was an oval shape and had a diameter approximately 24 meters long along its long axis and a diameter of 20 meters on the shorter axis. That's huge, and it represents the largest known Calusa building and one of the largest pre Columbian buildings in Florida. Perhaps the most impressive thing that the Calusa built were their canals and waterworks. Canals were important because they provided very easy transportation routes through towns and villages. Today, with LiDAR, we can actually see the remains of these canals on the ground. At the Pineland site, a large central canal was constructed through the
LiDAR is the system through which a lot of excavation or mapping of rainforests in Central America has been taking off recently. It's really hard to traverse and also see what all is underneath all the trees and dirt and stuff of the rainforest. But this lets them search for ruins, and then they can more explicitly make expeditions and try and start archaeological digs.
middle of the site, connecting several mounds and eventually cutting through Pine Island to the eastern side near a site called the Old Indian Field. The Central Canal represented an enormous investment of labor. Nobody was using power tools back then. Those canals were dug by hand, and it was probably way worse than what you went through to dig that little koi pond in your backyard. That sucker didn't have to accommodate busy canoe traffic. Estimates suggest that this feature was approximately 9 meters wide, 2 meters deep, and 15 meters from berm to berm on each side. Archaeologists William Marquardt and Karen Walker have conservatively estimated that this would have required moving 30,000 cubic meters of excavated sediments. To put that in perspective, that's equal to the same amount of earth that went into many contemporary Mississippian platform mounds. And that doesn't even represent all the labor costs, because such a canal would have demanded regular maintenance. At Mound Key, a similar canal was constructed that was 10 to 12 meters wide, with smaller canals branching off at right angles. Now, these canals may have had another important function, and to see what, we have to look at water courts. These are large basins dug into the earth that widened the canal at certain points. On a map, they almost look like aquatic plazas or parking lots, and maybe they functioned as areas for canoes to dock without clogging up the traffic. However, archaeologist Victor Thompson has studied these water courts and has identified a very interesting possible use for them. In a study on water courts at Mound Key, he and his associates took soil cores and discovered that after the water court was constructed, the number of fish remains in the cores increased. Comparing the number of remains with cores taken from the open water environment of the bay, they discovered that there were far more fish remains in the water courts, which suggested that these large water courts may have acted as giant fish traps. They theorized that water courts could have been closed with gates or nets to keep the fish trapped for later harvesting. This would have kept a healthy surplus of fresh fish in the center of town. Other excavations found remains of what are believed to be drying and smoking racks. If this theory is correct, it speaks to a brilliant engineering of the environment by the Calusa to ensure that they always had a large supply of fish at their disposal. Absolutely ingenious. In discussing the Calusa, we have to discuss their interaction with the Spanish. The Calusa lived in the shadow of the Spanish Empire for more than 2 centuries and proved equally to be a thorn in their side and a target for colonization and conversion. The first European to encounter the Calusa is believed to be none other than Juan Ponce de Leon in the spring of 1513, he of the Fountain of Youth fame. Before people go to the comments, there's actually no contemporary evidence or writings for him that was the goal of his expedition. It's a legend that grew up after his death. Also, we should mention that we don't know with 100% certainty that the people he met were the Calusa. Historians believe they were, based on Ponce de Leon's reported position and descriptions, but there are a few historians who disagree. Assuming that they were indeed the Calusa, how were Senor Ponce de Leon and his compatriots received by the Calusa? Well, it wasn't very friendly. After expressing some interest in trading with the Spanish, the Calusa, to the surprise of the conquistadors, sent a man who spoke Spanish and advised him that the king wanted to trade and that there was lots of gold in the area. But this ended up being a ruse, and the Spanish were ambushed and engaged in a few skirmishes before licking their wounds and returning to Puerto Rico. Now, this encounter
Got
is
him.
interesting because it suggests that the Calusa already knew who the Spanish were and what they were after. It's likely that Caribbean people fleeing the Spanish conquest made contact with the Calusa and gave them important intel on the Spanish. One of these refugees may have learned the Spanish language during the conquest. At least that's what the Spanish authors thought. In many ways, this is a very fitting preview of Spanish-Calusa relations. The Calusa proved to be very adept at manipulating the Spanish and using them for their own ends. Not only that, but the Calusa were renowned archers and fierce warriors to the Spanish. One description from Bernal Diaz del Castillo, the same guy who famously chronicled Cortez's conquest of Mexico, sums this up nicely. To quote,
These Indians carried very long bows, and good arrows and lances, and some weapons like swords. And they were clad in deer skins, and were very big men. They came straight on, and let fly their arrows, and at once wounded 6 of us, and to me they dealt a slight arrow wound.
that later description aside, this wasn't the last time that Ponce de Leon encountered the Calusa. Details are a bit sketchy, but he returned in 1521 to found a settlement, ran into the local Calusa, who were just as hostile to the Spanish as before, and in a painful get off my lawn moment,
Which
proceeded
people
to
are you
get shot
talking
by a
about,
poison
Cosmic
arrow
Kraken?
and die of his wounds. Ouch. Subsequent colonial expeditions and misadventures in
The
Florida,
Spanish
such as
or
the
the
famous
Native
Narvaez and
Americans?
DeSoto expeditions, would confirm to the Spanish that Florida had no gold or easily looted valuables, and that the locals were a pretty intractable bunch. A tradition we should note that has been boldly carried on to the present day by the modern day Florida man. There must be something in the water, I guess. Even though Florida never had the same allure that drew conquistadors to the great
The naked
empires of
people.
Peru
Okay.
or Mexico, the Spanish still had
Yes, I do
encounters
need to
with
get
the
my Chin
Calusa, and the
Pow.
Calusa did need to be dealt with.
I'll probably go
See, the
grab
west
that
coast of Florida was a
real quick while
particular
this video is
hotspot for
finishing.
Spanish shipwrecks, and survivors from these mishaps would end up in Calusa hands, where they would remain as captives or be executed. This also gave the Calusa an erratic supply of Spanish goods, tools, and even gold. Thus, the Spanish had an incentive to improve relations with the Calusa. If they could be brought to terms and Christianized, the Spanish would have a much better chance of recovering shipwrecked crew and cargo. In 1566, the Spanish made such an effort under the leadership of Pedro Menendez de Aviles. His goal was to negotiate the release of some Spanish captives, open up relations, begin conversion efforts, and hopefully pave the way for future colonization. Now, when Menendez de Aviles arrived in Calusa territory, he got insanely lucky because he was greeted by a Spaniard named Hernando de Escalante Fontaneda, a castaway who had lived among the Calusa for 17 years and knew the Calusa language and their culture. He actually later wrote about his life among the Calusa, and it's an important document in our understanding of them. But back to De Aviles. After some negotiating with the Calusa king Calus, he was invited back to his town, the site of Mound Key, where he was received hospitably and with pomp. Just a heads up, Calus gets annoyingly rendered in the accounts as Carlos, so if you read up on this, you'll usually see him referred to as Carlos, but I'm going to be calling him Calus. Now, we aren't going to go into full detail on the events of this diplomatic mission here, but it's pretty wild, and I'd encourage you to check the article by Stephen Edward Riley called A Marriage of Expedience in the Bibliography if you want all the juicy details. It's an entertaining read. Instead, we're going to hit the highlights. First of all, Menendez de Aviles got sucked into a power struggle between Calus and his cousin, referred to as Don Felipe in the sources. Calus tried to cement an alliance between himself and the Spanish by marrying his sister to de Aviles. Fun fact, this is the earliest documented marriage in the future United States between a European and an indigenous
Oh, nice.
person. The bride,
I
named
would have thought it was Pocahontas. But I guess the Spanish were in the Americas first, so this makes sense.
Dona Antonia after she was baptized, was soon whisked away to Cuba and became a bit of a hostage and bargaining chip in negotiations with Calus. Even with those tensions between the Calusa and the Spanish, de Aviles managed to establish several forts on the Florida coast, and the Jesuits with him also founded a mission and tried to convert the Calusa. The Jesuits found the Calusa particularly stubborn in their religious convictions, and despite their energy to the mission, the Calusa remained true to their ancestral beliefs. But this honeymoon wasn't gonna last. When the Spanish sided with the Tocobaga in a conflict against the Calusa, things began to unravel quickly. Calus would be killed in a coup by his cousin Don Felipe, the Spanish, and several disaffected nobles. Don Felipe was
Rip.
receptive to the Spanish. He had to be to keep himself protected from assassination by Calus's former supporters. Unfortunately, the price of this protection was conversion to Christianity, which Don Felipe knew full well would erode his support among the Calusa, and this eventually caused him to break with the Spanish. After orchestrating some attacks on the Spanish, they would
Got the sense yet that these guys like to trick people and do betrayals and stuff.
find
I
Don
have
Felipe
considered
and
trying to
execute him.
do some of my
For those
own
curious about
history
Dona
content more like
Antonia's fate,
this.
she was allowed
It's
to return to her home,
possible.
but how she navigated the
Might be a
political
better
storm
format
back
for
there,
it.
we don't know. You'd think that this would be a prelude to
Same with
Spanish
politics, maybe.
annexation, but the Spanish decided to cut their losses and leave the Calusa. Apparently, they felt that maintaining a presence in South Florida just wasn't worth the trouble. After this period, the Calusa appear to have retreated and isolated themselves. After the Spanish withdrew, the Calusa burned Mound Key and relocated their capital back to Charlotte Harbor. From then on, they eschewed almost any contact with the Spanish. They continued living as they had for centuries in their ancestral lands. The Spanish would occasionally reach out to the Calusa to ransom Spanish captives or to renew attempts at evangelization.
I have
In
my Chien
1697, the
Pao
Spanish
now.
missionaries were invited by the Calusa
Also
king to
grab
set
the
up a mission
Terra
and
shards
preach
and
the
stuff.
Calusa. But when they arrived, the Calusa seemed to be much more interested in Spanish gifts than converting to Catholicism and adopting agriculture. A Calusa chief at the time is even reported to have told a missionary that if he was not going to give him clothing and food, it was no good to become a Christian, and that no one would want to become one. When the Spanish brought farming tools, the Calusa allegedly asked who was going to till the ground if the Spanish brought no black slaves, implying that they weren't going to do any of that work. However, as the missionaries
Sassy.
took stronger and stronger
Oh.
stances against the Calusa's religious practices and beliefs, tensions began to mount among the increasingly furious locals. It's worth noting that when the Calusa resisted missionary efforts to stamp out their religion, they avoided killing or injuring the missionaries, likely well aware that this would trigger a strong Spanish retaliation.
Uh,
Reading about the
I
experience
mean, yeah, I should probably get Pokemon Home. We'll see, money-wise.
of these missionaries in South Florida, I get the distinct impression that the Calusa wised up to the Spanish goals and exploited them for material gain. After a few months, the mission was abandoned and the missionaries returned home, but not before the locals pilfered their remaining tools and gifts. You're probably expecting me to discuss a conquest of the Calusa by the Spanish, but the end of the Calusa is very unusual. By the early 18th century, the Calusa were still in Charlotte Harbor, chugging along and keeping themselves isolated from the outside world. Unfortunately, the world around them had changed dramatically over the last 2 centuries, and wars between colonial powers were starting to have an impact on them. In Queen Anne's War, British forces attacked several Spanish garrisons and outposts in northern Florida, breaking through and penetrating into northern Florida. This left northern populations exposed to colonial aggression and slave raiding. Southeastern tribes allied to the British colonies, like the Uchis Creek and Yamasee, began raiding into South Florida to capture other natives and to sell them as slaves to the Carolina colonies. These tribes were well armed and well supplied with British muskets, and thus they had a huge advantage over the isolated Calusa. Such attacks and raids took huge tolls on the indigenous population of South Florida and forced the Calusa away from their ancestral lands into the Florida Keys. For some of these beleaguered people, the Spanish, weirdly enough, would prove to be their salvation. In 1711, the Spanish transported 270 Calusa refugees to Cuba, but most died of disease on the voyage, sadly.
Rip.
Later, Spanish sources reported that by 1763, at the end of the French and Indian War, the last remnants of the indigenous people of South Florida were transported to Cuba. Thus, by the middle of the 18th century, Calusa culture had been almost eradicated, with its population being killed by war, stricken by disease, sold into slavery, or fleeing to Cuba and assimilating into the local population. During the research for this video, I tried to find out if any people today claim Calusa descent and could not find any indigenous groups that do. As sad as the Calusa demise is, we should remember that they were resilient in the face of challenges. Prior to their end, they successfully resisted Spanish colonization for over 2 centuries, despite being so close to the Caribbean, the very epicenter of Spanish colonialism. During that time, they continued to live in their ancestral lands, practice their religion, and preserve their political independence. Their
Pretty
beautiful
rare.
art that still survives speaks to their master craft work and rich ceremonies. They didn't just survive, they thrived. What makes this all the more impressive is that they did so without any maize agriculture. Eastern cultures, with their great mounds and powerful leaders, were typically fueled by maize, but the Calusa prospered thanks to their ability to harvest the bounty of those rich estuaries along the coast. Their kings were kings of humble fishermen and strong warriors. The Calusa may be gone, but their legacy is one that we shouldn't forget. Their mounds and canals that still remain on the Florida landscape after centuries of neglect and modern development speak to their legacy. Once again, special thanks to my patrons for supporting my work and for selecting this topic. You guys are the best. If you'd like to join the ranks of these fine individuals and support the show, you can do so
I
on
do highly
Patreon.
recommend the
The link will be in
Patreon
the description.
or supporting the Patreon. They do good stuff. Alrighty. Let's see. I don't know if I want to do politics today. I was going to do some videos, one Tucker Carlson, one Pod Save America. Kind of want to play some Pokerogue. So I might do that. Could do what we did last week and listen while playing. Second.
So I feel like there's
Why did that log me in?
There we go. I have to log into my stream account, so it's the same game we've been playing. Why isn't that showing? That's there. Where is it? Well, then yeah, we'll just play straight Pokerogue, which means I should turn on the music. Also, I'll slow it down a bit. Just so when it goes super fast, it tends to sound like a lot of noise. Alrighty, let's do classic. So we have two options with Pokerust. I forget, did we catch a female Combi? We did, so we could do that. Or I do really like Scolipede. Combi? Alright, we'll go Combi. Let's see. Alright, now we definitely are going to want an answer for flying. Fire. Which means we also. And flying fire. And rock. Dragon resists fire. Steel. Okay, there we go. Who else do we want on our team then? So water types, we could choose any of the starters basically. Other water, I mean, we got Quillfish. We want to go Quillfish. I don't really want to go Quillfish. Or Mantike. That would help us with fire. We went Piplup last time. So we could do someone different, especially because getting more candies to unlock a passive is probably the thing I want to do. And their passive isn't that good with Cute Charm. Regenerator, on the other hand, is very cool. So let's add Mudkip, which will turn into both a water and a ground. We have everything that deals with fire and electric now. What else did we need to deal with? We need something for flying. Could do Rockruff. It's high horsepower as a move. Or Growlithe. Volt Tackle. We'll do high horsepower Rockruff. Okay. Got a rock. Which looks like the only thing we have points for is an electric type. We could also save just in case we think having more than 3 Pokemon might be tough on our experience gain. Although I tend to try and play where I level 1 Pokemon at least to get through the first couple levels. Also, let's see. So the Combi had a special nature. They're going to be physical, and they're going to be physical. So you maybe want someone who does special. Luxray is physical, or does it just look physical? It is physical. So is a Mogul, right? Yeah. So is Yamper. So, I mean, that leaves Voltorb. I'm going to just go with these 3. We'll find a better special attacker while playing in it, and we'll have a good level experience curve. Go to Mud Kit. Starters are good. Actually, let me also change the stream settings. Then alrighty. We'll do a lure, just get more encounters for more experience. Grass type is scary. Oh, that's good. I mean, it's level 2, it's not scary. One second. All right, sorry. Ooh, it looks like one of my D&D groups is going to be playing again. We've been on a bit of a hiatus. Alrighty. Don't want to spend money on a reroll, so just take a special defense buff. Medical bug. Oh, that doesn't kill you yet. Good thing I didn't target it. Honey Gather is kind of nice because it just gets you stuff. Ooh, an Eevee. Do like Eevee. Let's focus down the bug. Oh, hopefully this doesn't kill. Yeah, makes sense. Do that. Worried this will kill. Maybe a ball action. Shoot. Does look like it's catchable though. Tackle and we'll swap so they don't die. Oof. Okay, they're in the yellow now. There we go. Nice. We'll see what options we get for that evolution wise. The rogue balls though. I love how I was like, oh, I'll take one of those Pokemon so I have a better evolution curve, and then I immediately catch a 4th Pokemon in the first 5 levels. Do just another super lure. More encounters. That. Rock Smash, then Struggle Bug. I mean, both of them, really. Stun Spore. Oh. The double paralyze is brutal though. Especially because we can't buy things. This is probably pretty good, especially since we're so early in this account. So now we get to see how good things EVs are. So if we ever see something with like best, that means it has max IVs. I probably actually should swap out my medkit. Why do the common sense thing? Oh, yeah, because it's paralyzed. Although now I can revive it, and it doesn't have paralysis. At least Combi kills once it finally gets off the struggle bug. At least kills one of them. But Eevee should be able to. Yeah. Sand attack. Oh, I mean, helping hand's not bad, actually. Too late. Let's see. Oh, free revive is good. Let's heal, though. Alright, rival time. Don't hurt me. Ow. Darn. What are you gonna do? Half health, but should be able to, yeah. Rock throw, which will let me take care of her bird, as long as it hits. And it does outspeed, but we one-shot it. Easy. The last rival fight? Yeah, the last rival fight can be brutal. Same with the final fight, but yeah, you definitely need an answer for dragon types just to beat this game. So definitely have someone fast and someone who hits hard that can do that, and you'll hopefully make it. Best on the purloin, so we might as well try and catch it for the stats. Let's see. Just rock throw gust. This flinched and paralyzed. Wait. I'll be paralyzed again. Just gonna tackle and sweet sense so we don't double up and kill it. It probably wouldn't have happened. Just to be sure. Okay. I forgot I had rogue balls. I probably got thrown one of those at full health and got it, but save. Limber. Can't be paralyzed. Damage is money, probably just on the mud kit. It's gonna do painful things. Oh, I forgot to do the scanner and then. Oh well, we'll just try and win this fight. Anyway, it's a boss fight, can get out of hand. Paralyzed and miss. That's very unfortunate. Okay, Combi down. Combi down! That's fine. Throw. Oh, I forgot he doesn't actually have a rocket tank, but high horsepower has good damage, even though it's not super effective. Let's see. Oh wait, yes. Still no rock move. Lear. Oh, why did I use Rock Smash on the bird? What am I doing? Leer. Especially with sand attack, because then maybe it's accuracy or accuracy strats are kind of not great. But map is nice. Manky. Yeah. So I should probably knock out this Purrloin so I get better experience distribution. They just protect, yes please. Get past Rock Smash. Where are my glasses? Take a lure. Very good special attack on the Pidgey might be worth grabbing, although I don't want a full team again. Oi. Go here and hopefully the Pidgey kills the Purrloin. That's fine. Let's see, fake out. Pokeball. Catch. Might as well teach her Eevee Alluring Voice. So what are... Oh yeah, it's Nature's speed, but no special. Whip. Keeping the Purrloin out. Probably it will die. Speed is probably because we might be having a gym fight soon. I forgot to do the scanner. I keep forgetting I have it. Oh well. Inner focus. Boo. Oh, that's fine instead. Scratch. XP charm. What I keep doing. Not go the right one. I did. Inner focus again. Protect, and hopefully they can take it out with a scratch. Most of my money keeps having to go to healing. 1 accuracy. We have rock throw. So, ooh, ace. Double battle. Rock throw. Take out them because they're probably faster. Yeah, okay. That also guarantees the kill, probably. Curse 11. Protect, because I imagine we're about to get a electric attack. By Purloin, sorry you had to die. Not Combi. They're low health. Okay. Let's see. Oi. Oh. It's not great. No, Mughead got paralyzed instead of the tech, but they didn't go for him, so that's good. Checked off. Tadbulb at least dead. Not that it matters because the next hit kills. Ooh. Evolution. I do like that in this game. Evolution can happen mid-battle. It's cool. One shot just for a stab move? No, because I want. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, we're good. Not even close. Let's see. This real quick. Wait, why do I wanted to leave them dead? Whoops. Oh, best speed. The left Pucciano. Probably. It's not bad. Probably won't kill them both since we're basically same level. Okay, there we go. Hello, Pucciana. Quick feet. Bye-bye, Purloin. Go dire hit. Okay, no gym fight, so hopefully we can do this. Rough might have it with high horsepower and the normal resistance, but maybe not. One more return, one more high horsepower. Okay, got the first health bar. Willing to sack the Pidgey. Not fast enough. Oh, crit covet, but wasn't enough. Speed, quick attack. Hey, got him. Baby doll eyes is good because of the priority. Rock throw for rock rough. Grassy field metropolis. So we don't have a grass type yet, right? I'm not misremembering, so might as well go this way. Bing, 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 ding. I'm gonna go fill up my water actually before we continue. Be right back. I am returned.
A Bulbasaur. Probably want to catch that just for the candies, if nothing else. Yeah, we'll keep our bring out Combi and keep our Pidgey out. We'll dust the Combi to take it out. Should have been a little more careful to make sure the second gust, if the first one killed, didn't kill this, but it all works out. Bulbasaur, not terrible. Gonna get rid of the Pidgey. I already have flying type with Combi, and I caught it just because it had good IVs. Thunderstone, do we want a Jolteon? Maybe. I just don't personally like Jolteon. I prefer a Flareon. Yeah, we'll wait. Leech Seed is. Yeah, we might as well give it a tackle. Sylveon. Yeah, that would work. I don't know how you get it in this game, actually. Oh, I'll just do this so I don't have to fight this encounter and I get the experience. No. Rare Candy's probably smart, especially since we're about to go into the rival fight. And I am a little underleveled. Fantastic base HP on this Hopper. Let's see, I mean, Dust won't kill. Sleep is irritating, but we should be able to catch. Alright, at least we can buy a full heal to get rid of this. And we might as well top up Bulbasaur in case they become useful. This one's fight, and then top up Combi with the free potion. Oh wait, I forgot we're still one from it. Might be worth trying to catch this as well. It's Combi again either way. Rude. Nice. Catching also just kind of lets you take less damage from encounters and stuff. If Eevee does evolve into Espeon, Umbreon, or Sylveon based on friendship, I should give them these. Forget its exact evolution stats in this. Unfortunately, I forgot what starter she had. Poochyena Pivot, probably. Yeah. I mean, it was a crit, so I'm glad I didn't pivot into anything else. Oh. Yeah, this I was smart. Catch them on the swap. Good stuff. Hey, Combi. Vespiquen. It does have a fairy type move. I taught it
It has alluring voice and baby doll eyes? I'd have to double check 1 second. Your special attacking ones. No. A Drudagon. Okay. What are you doing? Dragon Tail. Just try and lower its stats then. Ow. I should have. Why did I do that? Let's see. Yeah, summary. Yeah, it has baby doll eyes and alluring voice. I mean, Vestiquin's highest level should be able to finish this, but then I have to deal with the Pig Knight that's still alive. Roost is handy in general, maybe not for this fight, but sure we'll learn Howl. Two gusts if we live. Hey, we live. The speed rose. Maybe not. Fuck. Ay, ay, ay. No. I mean, Rock Ref might have should hit it. Oh! Uh-oh. This isn't looking good. Oh, no. We might lose here. Yeah, I just don't have anything super effective here. Rip. Alright, we're gonna have to run this back. Got some, from that, just from catching some more Pokemon, getting better IVs, getting more candies. I don't think we have anything to unlock yet. Yeah, no. Wait, where are the ones with Pokerus? I mean, it was the Combi. We'll just run that back. I do think Mudkip again is a really strong pick just because Swampert's so good. And what if we get a Mega Stone also? Where? There. Jeez, right above it. I was looking everywhere except around the Combi. Rockruff. So we got wiped by firefighting there, which is unfortunate. Maybe if I'd played it better, I wouldn't have lost my Mudkip and then used it for the Pig Knight. Run it back with just 3 again? I think we do. This time I don't catch another thing. It's after 5 that it evolves if it has a fairy type move. After it's level 5. Candy. We don't really have any moves. Ice. Mudkip and super luck. Not bad. 2-shot. Early EXP charm is also very nice. Keep getting grass types. I guess I'm leveling my Combi more than my Mudkip.
Oof. Smash is helpful. Please kill. Thank you. Fire Fang. Might as well. I like coverage, it's good damage. Peeplop. Thought we'd go for bubble or water gun or whatever. Oop. Yeah, of course they swap into this. Don't have a rock type move yet. We got enough. Here it hits. Maybe I actually probably should double take. Come on. Ooh, another EXP. Aw. So we're basically guaranteed to at least have 3 of them now because we get a second one on the next rival fight, so long as we, win. Nice. I'll probably make it a 2-shot. Run that back. Oi. Okay. Got the Pucciano. Yes, please. Go away, Growl. Oi. Close. Who has Wish Gust was stronger. That is effective. Wildlands. Probably Rockruff, even though Mudkip has Rock Throw. Rockruff has more moves that are going to be low accuracy. Wait. Forgot, yeah, Zubats will have Absorb. Wait. Stop it. Swap. If it hits Absorb again, it will at least be not as effective, but it doesn't, because we win. Rare Candy, who's least experienced. Mudkip. Okay. I do feel like this is going better, probably because we didn't immediately catch a 4th Pokemon after saying we shouldn't.
Smash Struggle Bug. Oh, I was hoping the Struggle Bug would still get the Poochyena. Tried to double fake out. Bum, 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 bum. This just gets essentially gets you get the candies that you can spend outside um, runs based on friendship gained during runs. So that's just essentially getting you that faster. She's smart. Boy. The one shot on the thing is good. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough. We're going to probably just swap. Wait. This is potentially dangerous. I went for Covet and took the Soothe Bell I just got. Oi. Ooh. Never punished. Besides, needing to heal everybody now. Just get the money back from this nugget, pretty much. So ooh, these manky. I saw one only. Right. Gotta do this just so we get damage on both. Go for stab damage. Oh, yeah. So we know one Gus isn't gonna kill. Boy. Right, now. Guaranteed kill, protect. Oi! Why are you hitting me? Rock throw on Rockruff, finally. That will be nice. Okay. It's fast. Wait, too fast. That's not good. Okay, we're good. Ready to buy this. Memory mushroom, probably no point in that. Yeah, swap. Double up on the left. Oh, come on. Yeah, they would have that. It's a huge waste of money now. Ugh. Special attack. That's good. Yeah. Supersonic is not worth it. Ever. We don't have a map in this one. That's unfortunate because this is not the best biome for us. The Slowpoke at least. And a Whooper! Whooper! Whoop! Ooh, waterfall. Yes, please. Thank you. Oi. Why is it hitting these slams so much? This is scary. Am I gonna get wiped by a Meryl? Okay, at least I missed one. Oh, come on. Now. Think this was speed. Brutal game. Again, I think we take the physical move set. Oh. Free fight. I need these because it's going to have high defense. Afford a full heal at least. Might as well. Defense drop, please. Why are you not giving me one crit at least? But oh, maybe I should just had swapped it. This would have been stronger. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Yes. I'll go for a burn. Great. Why? It's probably the end of the run. Here, I'm gonna reload. I can do this fight better. That I'm really confident in there being a stall strat, especially with another crit on me. But expecting to swap out, pre-swap. Oh, they're going for a workup. Thought they'd swap. Fine by me. For your ish damage, for ish. Swear. Oh no. Maybe we just lose. Yeah. Not fast enough. Yeah. By a tranquil. By a tranquil. Hmm. Wait 1 second, actually. Should see if we got any vouchers. Eggs. Give us some shiny. Alright. And do I want to use Blood Moon or Saluna? It's rock polish. The nature is unfortunate, right? Because Blood Moon or Saluna is special attacker. Fairly certain. Yeah, special attacker. So maybe not. Also an unfortunate nature. Not a terrible nature, but also not great. They do like Dreepy. Alright, something to deal with ice, something to deal with fairy. Fairy? And ice, technically. Sure, why not? Alright, running it back. Not really. Again, super lure, we want the experience. Early map. Finish the Hoppet, rapid speed. Gosh darn growls. Just thought I was going for a ghost move or something. Take a protein for the Dreepy. And this Pokemon keep growling. Cringer's using non-evolute, like single stage evolution. Yeah. Can be brutal. Reload real quick. Instead broken, but it should load us into the next Floor, yeah. Okay. I think I'm gonna just keep a rapid spinning because Mud Slap is special and also very weak. Oi. What the? Stop it. Ow. Let's see. Money. Levels, maybe levels. Levels. Hi, rival. Oi. That was close. Clear body. Good stuff. Got that Lumberry. Hey, another Eevee. Do I get baited into catching an Eevee super early again? Okay, level 10. That means we try and do as much of this with Poochiana, maybe. Maybe I should have howled. Ay. Get some more experience. Ooh, hatch a shiny Pokemon from shiny Go-Go. Look at him. Or Skiddo, but eventually Go-Go. Also a bunch of new Pokemon. A lot of them also, and most of them all have an egg move that they came with as well. Goodbye, have fun. I don't know how Rose attack for everyone on your team. That's cool. Toxic Orb. I prefer the other one. Flame Orb. For Quick Feet, right? Quick Feet. Might as well reroll. Better than Mudsport. Hey, XP all. Not just because he is super effective. Great balls. Great ball fire. Psychic Fangs. I do love coverage. And, you know, better moves than what it currently has. Oh. My bad. Oops. Okay, not a gym fight. It's handy that these normal types can't really do anything, especially with clear body on me. Let's see. Grassy field and lake would be rough on Drillbur. Might as well go Metropolis. More normal types, but then also poison and steel. We have decent answers too. The potential issue also being that they might have bite on a lot of these that will hurt a bunch. This one doesn't seem to have it. Oh. I thought with the 2 defense drops, a quick attack would still kill, but here, gambling. Oh, yeah. That hurt. Just got him. Something I do wish is that this game had a double battle like full mode where you didn't have to get the lures. It's just always active. Oh no! That's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Maybe we can set up our drill bird to sweep. It doesn't really have attacking me. Oh, so we're about to go to the rival fight. Oh gosh. All these buffs don't really matter. I can't afford to revive, so we're going into this. We just top off. That's our best chance. I forgot about this though. Alrighty, it's looking rough out here. Forgot how tough this game is once you don't have any unlocks. And all your Pokemon have poor IVs and the like. So yeah, why doesn't anyone have Pokerus anymore? It's weird. Maybe because it's a new. They changed the current days of which Pokerus Pokemon are available at 5, so it might have changed. And now I just don't own any currently. Oh, we do have a Skidoo. That's shiny now. Also has Stone Axe. Do that. Alright, so we have a grass type. We probably want something to deal with flying. Probably want something to deal with fire. Probably want something to deal with ice. And something to deal with poison. Modest. Or actually. Where? Sun flute or moon flute. And stat wise, a little bit more physical attacker, just a little more special. Yeah, so with the modest nature, we're gonna want to go special. One of these had like pickup or like this had the honey gather passive, I would use that, but I think especially with the slow growth rate and stuff, just do 2. Hey, more hatches. Rocks as well. I mean, we already have Stone Axe. Take the berry. fill that up before the next fight. Hey, rounds. Rude. Growling at me. Sure. Oh, whoops. Okay. Refresh that. The rival fight next as well, so definitely want to do that. Team. That is unfortunate. Oh, I think I lose. And we'll see. Nope. See how this goes. Oh yeah, lose. Maybe the Cosmog was a bad idea. I was deluded by the dream of a legendary. Oh, I do have one with Pokerus now. What else did we have? Where the Skidoo? Where did my Skidoo? My shiny Skidoo go? Where did it go? It should be. Am I blind? Oh, over here. So we got a cow and a goat. I think we have a farm theme going on. I don't know if we have any other like farm animals. A fox. Don't want those. Let's see. Chicken. Fire chicken. Let's get a fire chicken. We'll do Skidoo. Skidoo seems handy, especially this. Sapsipa. Yummy, yummy. Debug text is new. as well. Final day. Who is our make sure Skidoo's a little faster. I don't know why I always get hurt super hard by Squilbit in this game. So now I focus them. Die squirrels. That's what we don't have. We don't have any special attackers. Does make that better because all our Pokemon will benefit from it. Why does she keep copying? Oy. Hey. I really like Go-Go. Spread the love around them. Drought. Oh, solar pack. Bing, 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 bing. Double up, make sure it goes down. Run it back. A leech seed. Such a good move. Oops. I'm gonna do a reroll. That's handy. Oi. I don't know if the leeching was worth it there. Better than Growl. We'll see if they have the math in for it getting boosted after a defense Growl. Razor Leaf, much better. Quick cow. Just so we keep getting double battles for experience. Great. Got our Miltank Tankier. Stop. Okay. Oh. Hey, we did it. Close. But we did it. One charge will be better. Faster, Skiddo. Miltank's still outspeeding him even though it's underleveled. Oi. Okay. Air or flying move. Air move. What game am I playing? Great. No, but still win. There's our crit. On her poor little Pichu. Little baby Pichu. Just to make sure the experience isn't going to waste. Nice. Bing, ding, bing, ding, bing. Might as well. Why did I think Stomp was lower accuracy than 100? I forgot I also do have a candy jar, so my rare candies are better. We'll battle this. Oh, wait, I forgot it gets the Omni Boost. And to attack before us with unique attack. Oi! Oh, how is it still faster? I had a speed boost. Unfortunate. I guess Nuzleaf is relatively fast. Oh, go away. Go away with this Stun Spore stuff. Torchic evolving. Yeah. We don't have to tech work, so might as well just heal bell. Okay. Yeah. Our farm team is going well. Let's see. Boy. I feel like we could do a bulk up. Maybe 2. Don't get greedy. Nice. Cow. Cow. I didn't hear no cowbell. 2 rollouts after the attack drop probably, but still. Wait, avoided. Please? Thank you. Alright. After the last couple runs where we lost at this fight, that's nice. Just get that sort of heal and get the money to kind of repay for it. These 2 should be able to deal this. You hit the lower level one. Nice. Aerial ace coverage. I think so. Why did their speed bump? I don't know. Growth isn't that useful as well. Make them more tanky in general. As well. Nope. A breeder. Even with the fairy resistance. Oof. That hurt. Enigma Berry helps though. I keep always mixing up how Fairy and Fire interacts. I keep thinking Fairy resists Fire when it's the other way around. Trying to focus punch me with the baby? What are you doing? Flame charge. As well, just get us all to max level. To mess with my camera some more. So. Go. Hello, Erica. I should have actually checked. Probably fine. Maybe. I mean, she's 3 Pokemon, so 2-shotting all of them is not the worst. We do have aerial ace to lean back on. Yeah, okay, now we're real good. Nice. Easy Erica. We will stay. Get closer to Skiddo having their passive unlockable by getting more candies with it. Shinies come with more candies when they hatch, so. We've gotten so many Carbos. I mean, Miltank's still faster than everyone. Skidoo. Skidoo. It's fun. We want a special attacker as the next addition to our team. Headbutt. It's 5 more damage and also makes it flinch. What a weird set of moves. They're so similar. Weird that Skiddo can learn Surf. If we didn't already have a normal type, I would take the Giraffe Rig. Oi! Oh. Just in case. That it has like a priority or anything. But... It's plus attack minus defense. I mean, just so our combustion hits harder, maybe. Let's see if I live to regret that. Team Rocket! Okay, this should be smooth-ish. Oi, crit. Okay, at least it's gone. If that had poison, I would have been very sad. Okay, we're good. Let's get these bulldoze. Since I never used you, but you were there. Save our money. I'm glad we actually have a bit of money. Trade an item? Do I have a Soothe Bell? So I don't want to get rid of any of these Pokemon. It's been going alright. What are you giving me, Clint? An EXP all. I'll take that. Huh. To this one. Double up. We get poison, at least we have Heal Bell. Cowbell, Heal Bell. Yeah. I have to heal that. Do we have accuracy issues? Not really. I did not know you had a category for Pokerogue. I had just typed in Pokemon. I don't think I've noticed any bugs, although occasionally it will. Um, Whenever I'm going from one level to the next, it'll freeze, but then a reload will just load me into the next floor. Uh, but yes, I will use the official Pokerogue thing. Very fun game, though. I'll keep Aerial Ace. Not a huge fan of bounce. Version number, I'm not sure. I could maybe check on the main menu, right? .10? That doesn't seem right. I meant to use Heal Bell. Bug when you update. Yeah, I think on the current tab, I'm on whatever the most up to date is. It says 1.10. Zen Headbutt. I don't think I've noticed anything wrong with trainers. Get rid of rollout. Wait. This could be fun. You could flinch. Heal Bell just so we don't die. And double kick to get to the second health bar. Maybe through it. Yeah. Poison plate. There we go. Nice, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I work in game or I did. I got laid off recently, but as well. But I've been really enjoying this game. I think it does a lot of stuff really well, especially for the Pokemon genre. With how you have like the meta progression for actually like catching things multiple times and all that. This isn't the main account I play on. I started this one when I started streaming it. But I worked at Crystal Dynamics for about 8 years after graduating college. In college, I did like student games and stuff. But I worked on the Marvel's Avengers game, and then I was working on the next Tomb Raider game before I got laid off back earlier this year. And then me and some friends are working on an indie project that we're hoping to pitch to publishers because we all got laid off around the same time. Maybe a couple months away from being able to pitch that at most. I'm looking for a special attacker. Skiddo. I already have that. Someone else. The indie game is a fantasy, like turn-based tactics game or strategy game, like along the lines of like a Fire Emblem or Triangle Strategy or something like that. We have 2 designers and 2 artists working on it, and we're both technical designers. My degree is in both computer science and game development or game design. Blaziken. Our chicken is all grown up. So we do plan on having a good number of characters in it. Probably not to the extent of like a 3 houses or anything. But yeah, it's a game that once we get some of the tools made for like making maps and making units and stuff, we should be able to just kind of generate it, and then the rest of the game is like writing and putting it together and play testing and stuff, of course. But yeah, it's coming along pretty well so far. Milk drink. Bye, Heal Bell. You were useful while you lasted. Do like Boat Cup. Just let us search for something more funky. Maybe go try to catch the Vespiquen for a special attacker. Oh well. Yeah, I do really like roguelikes and stuff. Since this would be like our first game, like as like a published game, basically as like a studio, we did want to aim for a bit of hitting like a classic version of the genre. Although we do have a couple twists on it that won't say just because want to keep them from spoilers or whatever. But yeah, I do really like roguelikes. There's a couple like design things I've written up for. I did do like a Monster Collection roguelike game, which is also why I really like this one, because it does a lot of it achieves a lot of things that I wanted to achieve with like a monster hunting roguelike. But one that's also like a fantasy army builder that you then like go and battle, and it's kind of like an auto battler of like your epic fantasy army. That one would be more interesting to do tech wise, and I know of a couple indie games that do similar things like Heroes Hour and what was the other one I played recently? Song of Conquest or something? It was called Song of something. Songs of Silence. They had a really good art style, but theirs felt a little still more classic RTSy. But I started a prototype for that on my own like a year ago or so, but I haven't gotten back around to it, even because we kind of jumped straight into the working on a game together once we were all laid off. A lot of low kicks. Burn. Pokerogue got a fork. Like source control. Yeah. Nice. That'll be fun to mess around with. More monkey. Map. I'll be wandering through the jungles. Oh, nice. That's interesting for like splicing and stuff. Yeah, it'd be nice for the rival fight. Again, I need a special attacking. Oh, I did notice that for the stealth rocks, the text on it has kind of like a debuggy pointed rocks type. Yeah, I'd be curious to see like what they do and how it differs. Gotcha. Guys broke. Yeah, that tracks. So, hello. I think I have the wrong Pokemon out front because she has a fire type of her. No, she does not. But still, this is much better. I will take that. Don't hurt me. Oh. Voice. Intimidate is unfortunate. Oi. Rude. Be paralyzed. Thank you. For now, kind of like these. So bulk up, I don't necessarily need to be looking for attack drops. Or nooch. Past the third rival fight. Yay. Who's my slowest? None of them are particularly slow, but so okay. Twisted spoon. Might as well get that for Zen Headbutt. Maybe if I get a psychic type for special attacker. I mean, I don't need the experience or anything. I fine. Ramos. Probably actually bulk up. That works. I have a better go-go. We're about to be doing even team fights. So I was like, oh, maybe I set up, but Team Rocket. hopefully can find a good special attacker in this temple. Take that. Palm Puff. Am I paralyzed? No. Nice. Bug report manager. Those are very helpful. You have a good day. Hey, at least no paralyzed. Naive. Take that, especially with the leaf blade. It'd be nice. Satu's not the best for like special attack. Ah, rude. Bit odd to Dragon Tail. Oi. Out there. Recoil. Paralyze. You can finish this. I have pulled for eggs and haven't had too much issue, but yeah, I can see if I have stuff to pull for. Come back. Take it, Gengar. I have 2 eggs. Shinies. Oh. 10 times with less than 10. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that I had 1 and it gave me 10. Oh. That also will reset my vouchers so I don't get the free ones. Airy Mace won't kill it. Oh wait, it does. Keep him. Put him to sleep. Okay. Hey. Okay. Yay. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Completely forgot. Oh, no. Good streak with them. Two Houndoom. Definitely not bad. Synchronize. Flinch. Hey, that's a good one to fix. It's a good bug to fix. Oh no! Oh. Ancient ruins. I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick, so I'll be right back. Unknown. Go away. Now how does returns power get in on my... Goes up to 100. Do I get a second shiny Skiddo in the same day? Wild. Might catch this. Oh no! I just want a different coverage move on them. Don't want to risk them exploding. Oops. Not open. Chatterballs there. Ow. Dazzling Gleam.
In the mountain, we have a grass type already. Might catch this. Maybe one more hit. Noise. Alright, girl, you ready for food time? Sit, sit. Great. Also filling up the water, so I'll be right back. Fine with me. Hey, that's my name. He's me. Whoops.
I don't know why I keep spending money. Hey, a shiny Tauros. We're about to go. I think it's a gym fight. Moon Blast. Skogut's not going to be that useful. I think a Stone Axe setup for that is probably really good. Nice. Proceed as well. Okay. Going better than I expected. That's about as how I expected it to go. Foul play is probably not sure for setting the focus, but that's ow. Boy, that's it. Bing, ding, bing, ding, bing. Maybe should have that just so I had a female one. But... oh well. Vulpix, rude. Or why are you ambushing? Do I even have that steel electric moves? I don't think I do. Yeah. Great. that did. Alright, that's a pretty good fight of beast. Might as well. Fourth rival fight. Attack raising is unfortunate. That is good though. Don't even have sun or anything. Oof. Rivalry. Freya. Shasha. Keeps bringing out counters to my Altari. What you barking at, bub? Actually set up bulk ups on this now, probably. And close combat's gonna hurt, but not that bad. Oi. Oh, okay, we're good. No, though. He's gonna get another hit. Okay, we're good. Oi, okay. Another rival. Sheesh. Fire breather. Not bad. Bye bye. It is what it is. We can maybe finish this set of floors. Without him. Why don't we just take that? Re-res. Why you got that? Didn't even kill it. Alright, take that. Dun, 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 dun. Beach. Water type isn't a bad idea. I don't know if it would be Clawitz or... I didn't kill. Oops. I don't know if that coverage really helps Gengar at all. Ground types. Wish I could steal this Starmie. Nice. First body now. Since we don't have Leaf Blade, we might as well. Oi! Rude! Take that. Yeah. Grumble. Grumble, grumble. Oh. Didn't think you'd outspeed. That sucks. Unfortunate. Still my twisted spoon. No, I wanted to Zen headbutt. I had my hand too heavy on the space bar. Oh, that is unfortunate. Boy. That is a rough fight right before the end here. Wait. Oh, boy. Okay. For some reason I thought it was a gym fight. Toxic debris. I think it matters because you burn. Cancel out. Right, okay. Wasted money on that res then. Evil team fights coming up. Team Rocket. Robots in disguise. Wait. Should have doubled up. I forgot. He almost definitely has 30. Oh, but that does take care of him for us. Thanks. Not a one shot. Let's get the Eradicate. You had him. Get back. Hmm. Rude. Hope we'll be able to milk drink. Wait. Don't hit more than twice. Thanks. Okay. Oi. I should have expected them to go this, but at least if this hits, maybe gets a defense drop. Maybe Dazzling Gleam does it? Or Energy Ball. Energy Ball's higher base power. Nope. Oi. Gyarados is unfortunate. Incredibly unfortunate. Wild, didn't really expect it to go for Earthquake, but not complaining. Oof. Paralyzed. On a pair of lines. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I forgot she would still have this thing. Sandstorm's gonna. Ooh, did it kill? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, I really don't do any damage to him. Okay. That's good. Heals himself heal. Gengar's the better option between them. We will see how this goes against Giovanni. Don't burn me right away. Oh, gosh. You got a crit. Good to get a leech suit. Not a kill, but got the stones up. Hopefully worth it. Triple arrows, what are you doing? This might be the end. Giovanni. Oh, swaps. Yeah, that'll do it. Even quite effective. Doesn't kill. And that's it. Oof. Hey, okay, updates out. That's good. This is also, though, probably the end of my stream, ending it a little early as I have plans tonight. But let's see. Next week, I might actually start the start of my stream a bit later, move it back an hour, so like 4 p.m. PST, and start playing, and go later, of course. And potentially might look at doing a weekend again and maybe removing one of the weekdays I stream, but we'll see. Thanks all for watching. Base. Last digit in the version number is hotfixes. That tracks.